Hello, lovely people, and welcome to The Chosen Few. Um, these are our chosen ones, or at least they are portraying our chosen ones, as it were, surrounding me. We're all music teachers in the Bay Area, which is a pretty funny coincidence, sort of. And such is life. So we're going to dive on into this. We have sort of a pretty gnarly and grotesque political slash spy situation going on here, and a lot going on. Um, and I knew I forgot something, and it just hit me right this second. Caliban, I forgot your letter. So you get your letter, and you can respond to that as you see fit later. But we're gonna do it in Discord now. I apologize.
No, it's fine.
I totally forgot to do that, and it has like formatting things because it's all coded and stuff.
Totally cool.
Okay, fair enough. So, you get your letter, you read your letter. It means something to you.
Okay.
Who knows what that emotion is, but it means something to you.
You
And
make
we
faces
move
of
forward.
some sort.
Yes, exactly. And we move forward. Let's see where we go. So I think everyone gets a long rest, and they wake up in the morning. And I actually am gonna turn it over to you guys a little bit. You have the five of you. You have your five uh, lackeys, as it were, your assistants. Um, and then you have these five like servants from the Kava who are looking over you, watching your every move, bringing you towels and water and food, and they sort of just are whatever you demand they bring, um, but they also keep eye on you at all times as well. And I want to just sort of, without really much context, just say go for it. What do you guys want to do? What is your perspective? Would you how would your characters approach the problem before you?
I think we need to go exploring.
Okay. I like exploring. Exploring is fun.
Celexa is definitely like living it up right now. Like she is so much more comfortable than she has been in weeks, and so she is like she's just like lounging and eating grapes that they're bringing to her, and like just like, yeah, exactly, and just like being so totally like she's probably not going to be the one to initiate getting out of this place. Let's just say that.
Fair enough. Yeah. So Nova, what are you thinking?
I want to find the places they don't want us to find.
Interesting.
Like, yeah, I want to see the underground areas and wherever they're keeping all these people who don't live in the gold palaces.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. So, who do you approach to with this plan? Who do you approach with this plan first of your team?
Probably Thea.
Excellent. So Thea, Nova knocks on the door frame to your room. There are no doors, by the way. These rooms don't close; they just have openings. They're definitely rooms, and they feel very separate. And sound doesn't seem to travel super well outside of them, but it is just like a frame, not a door itself. So you knock on the door frame. Thea, you hear a knock on the door frame.
Come in.
Hey Thea, you want to go get into some stuff?
Oh yeah, I'm ready to get out of here.
Okay, yeah. I think let's try to find all these poor people they keep telling us about. I mean, not telling us about.
Yeah. Should we bring Nephany and Thylor?
Definitely. Maybe let's ask if anyone else wants to come with us.
Yeah. Do you think Caliban would come?
We could ask. Seems like, at least let them know where we're going in case we don't come back.
Yeah, that's a good plan.
We'll go knock on Caliban's door.
Yeah, so as you leave, there's like sort of this large open hallway, and again, these weird curved shapes. It almost feels like you're like on the inside of a shell with rooms built into it and something. It's all very curved. and one of the attendants bows to you and says, "May this one inquire as to where it is that you are headed?"
Out, up and down, left and right.
Very well. I only wish to serve. Is it left then right, or left and right?
I don't know. We'll make it up as we go along. You can come with us, I guess.
It was my honor to serve. And she like bows and folds her arms underneath her cloak and starts following you too, along with Thylar and Nephany.
All right. The more the merrier.
So you go from knock on Caliban's there. Caliban, you hear a knock on your door.
I look up from some meditation. Hey Nova. Hey Thea. What's up?
We're gonna go out. You wanna come?
I scan. Do I see the Kva with them?
Yes. Nephany,
Yeah.
Thylar, and the Kvar are with them.
Where are you gonna? You just gonna go looking around? Just underground for the most part? You think?
Yeah, we'll go see what we can find.
I'll go with you.
Mm.
All right. The party grows.
Yeah. Who will go? Is we don't need to replay this thing every time. Is everyone going to go with them, or does someone have alternate plans? Ooh, Timothy's not going with you. What about Celexa? Celexa, are you comfortable?
Yeah, but she also is gonna get FOMO, so she's gonna go.
As we get to Timothy's room, do we ask him what he's gonna be doing?
Let's find out. Do you?
If it's okay with everyone, I'd actually like to be already gone.
Excellent. So you go to Timothy's room, and he is absent.
Okay.
And just for the record, there is a note on the door frame that literally says "Gone fishing."
Of course there is. How could there not be? I love it. I'm gonna need to become a little bit more of an expert in fish than I am. Okay. Hi. 30 plus years of vegetarianism on you're about to experience. We'll find out what fishing is like. Okay. So two of you excitedly, one of you patiently, and one of you via fear of missing out are heading out into this world. Let's talk about where you headed. What are you looking for? Where are you headed first? Only one Kava person goes with you. The rest stay, and like they seem to, as you exit, like immediately go in to like tidy up your room and put a mint on your pillow and all that stuff. And do all of you have your lackeys with you? I'm gonna call them lackeys because I find that more fun to say.
Lackeys is great. Yes.
I feel like the captain would want to be with us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's down.
Yeah. No. Let's have Arturo come.
Tim, does Timothy have what's his name?
Meek?
Meek with him?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
So he's not alone at least. Okay. Cool. So what's the intention? Where are you guys headed first?
I'd like to ask whoever this person is who's with us. I'd like to ask them where they live.
I sleep here, mistress.
Oh, like in the same area that we sleep?
Yes, mistress.
What about
down the hall?
Oh, okay. Even before we got here, that's where you were living?
No, it is quite a promotion for me, mistress.
Could you show us where you were living before that?
I was a different person then, mistress. I live not there anymore.
Or just the general area of town?
I'm sorry, mistress. I don't fully understand.
I think she's being quite clear, actually. we would like to see where you used to live in your former life, your former self. You're here to serve, correct?
Yes, very much to serve.
So,
Your question is confusing.
Do you know how to get there still?
Get where?
Where you used to live?
I did not live elsewhere.
your former self, you mentioned.
She is dead.
Is she?
Yes,
Where is she buried?
inside. And she puts a hand on her chest.
Cool.
Huh. Okay. I guess this isn't going anywhere.
I mean,
Well-
do you want to like try and intimidate her into speaking, or you know, do you want to? I mean, what's your intention here?
I think maybe not intimidate, but persuade in some way.
Sure. Yeah, you can attempt to persuade.
Okay. I am in the wrong game. Oh no. This will take a sec. If anyone else wants to do it.
Yeah, Calvin.
So-
if you, oh, yeah.
So actually, Celexa was already feeling kind of impatient.
Mhm.
She's watching this exchange happen, and she's
course.
just like, "Ugh, look, it's. I don't know what you're talking about. This person is dead or whatever. Clearly, whatever you want to call it, the person who you were, who's now dead. Where did they live? Where did they live? That's what we want to see."
Yeah, you can roll persuasion if you'd like.
Okay.
And she bows and says, "She lives nowhere. She is inside me, and she lives here, and this is where she lives."
Well,
I wouldn't mind going back to that room that we saw yesterday.
The investigation room or the other room, the secret room?
The room that you haven't been in, I assume.
Of course. And she bows.
Can I insight check?
Yeah, roll an
I
insight
don't know
check.
why she would know about that.
And sorry, for my own clarification, are you speaking of the room that you were pointed out to as the room that you could hold your investigation, or the room with all the bodies?
The room with all the bodies.
Great. She seems to sort of be telling the truth, but not entirely telling the truth.
Okay.
There's some sort of confusion there. I think you can read it as being like she may not have been inside that room, but she's been told that she might have to take you there.
Got it. Okay. I wouldn't mind going to that room. We haven't been shown the secret room, I assume.
No.
I wouldn't mind going there, and then at some point today, I'll need to, or we will need to check in with
with Aziz, is that who you're thinking of?
No, who was the woman we were having dinner with?
Arwa?
Arwa. She mentioned having a place for us, and I'd like to talk to her about that.
We hardly know anything that's here in this town, and I'm sure this fine lady is so helpful and cooperative. I'm sure she would be happy to give us a tour.
Of course, mistress. I would be more than honored.
But Caliban, do you want to go? You want to go back to the room first? Did you miss something there?
There's one more thing. I stayed up late last night. I was thinking about it a lot. There's one more thing I want to check, but we can do it anytime. There's no rush. You three I'm happy to go wherever you would like.
Well, we're here. You know, nobody's ever been here before. I say we take the grand tour, get shown around a little bit.
Of course, mistress. And she bows and sort of like double checks to make sure that this is what everyone wants, or at least enough of you want that she doesn't feel like she's making a mistake by giving you a grand tour.
Yeah.
Lead on.
Great. Then she starts walking around and giving you a grand tour of this place. I'll go through the tour and some of the things you see, some of the sights you see over the course of this. But before I do, I want to go check in with Timothy. So Timothy, this morning they knocked on your door and you were not there. What did you do this morning? When did you get up?
I believe, as is my custom, I woke up before the sun rose, and I took some of my fishing gear and set out to find one of the fishing holes that I asked about last night.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so as you leave in the darkness, someone says to you, Master, where are you headed?
Oh, I'm just sorry. Is it the same person?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's your attendant.
Okay. Just heading out for a little sunrise casting.
Very well. I will show you the path.
Oh, you don't need to do that. It's quite early. I'm sure you'd rather sleep in.
You must understand that it is my role to show you the path.
Well, okay then. I would hate to tell you what to do. Please go ahead.
And he bows and walks with you. And he takes you about a mile and a half away. And there is a really great river for fishing there. Just running through this thing. It's very beautiful river. You know, you look at it and like the water running through it is crystal clear. And in fact seems to almost reflect more light than you would almost expect it to. It's very, very bright. And you are there, and as you watch the sun come up, it seems like the river almost deadens a little bit because what it was reflecting was moon and starlight mostly. And now that the sun is up, it looks like water. It's beautiful still, but it looks like water. Whereas in the moonlight, it looks like something special. And he looks at you and says, if you would like to fish, this is an excellent place to be catching fish.
It certainly looks so. Is this where many people fish, or is there a more populated fishing hole?
It is a good place to catch fish.
Yes. Good. I was also hoping for maybe, you know how fishermen spin their tails, and the one that got away and whatnot. We like to gab. Is there a place where local fishermen hang out? I will say this while throwing some line in and doing some kind of preliminary casting.
And he looks at you and he says, there are such places that people do go.
Great. Perhaps you could take me to one. Tell you what, I kind of have a whole schedule. We could do that, and then I'd also love to take a tour of your local education system, starting with primary, hopefully, and then eventually working my way up to collegiate. Is that something you could schedule in?
I'm not familiar with these terms, but we certainly can look at the schooling and education. You have a belief that your issues or that our issues stem from an education problem?
Well, I feel like it's always a good plan to to check on the younger generation, see if they're being raised in the good traditional ways. I guess it's more of just a personal curiosity to see the school system.
And he bows and says, "Can you wait here for 1 minute?" And he turns and walks about 60 feet away from you. And then he seems to pause and just stand there for a second.
I will watch him surreptitiously out of the corner of my eye.
Yeah, roll a perception check.
Sure.
Yeah, he seems to be speaking casually to no one who is there, and then you recognize that his hands are moving, and he is definitely casting some sort of communication spell of some sort.
Okay.
And then he stops. He's gone for about 2 minutes, and he stops and he turns around. You don't have like super lip reading abilities or anything like that, do you?
Not to my knowledge.
Great. All right. No, I mean, there's just sometimes there's like a class ability, like rogues sometimes get like super lip reading things, and with an at 20, obviously super lip, but I'll just relay the conversation, one side of the conversation to you, but you don't. So he comes back and says to you, he bows to you again and says, "It has been arranged. You will visit a school tomorrow."
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. Any luck on the fishing?
Let's roll a fishing roll.
With the is that fishing expertise?
Yep, fishing expertise. Oh yeah, you get some nice fish. You get let's see. Why don't you roll 1d8 for me?
Sure.
No, it's fine. You get one really big fish. It's a struggle to get it out. Why don't you actually roll a strength saving throw to like actually not lose control of this massive fish?
Oh goodness. Strength. Okay. And is this going to have a bonus against beasts?
Yes, sure, 100%.
Oh, wow.
Nice. So that puts that at 23. Yeah. So you absolutely wrestled the fish from the water. Yeah, it is a very unusual looking fish. It is much brighter in color than the fish that you are used to. You are a scholar, so you've trained and seen other things and understand like the ways of this. But you would not expect to see tropical fish in the Shimmering Seas. But this is a tropical fish.
This is a strange river monster to pull out here. Do you have a name for this? And is this a common catch or is this rare?
A beast of that size is worthy and very impressive. Yes, we call it. What do they call it? Akamul.
Akamul. Does that mean something in your language?
It means fish of the morning.
Fish of the morning. What a beautiful name. Would you like it? I oftentimes, if I don't need the food, I just throw it back. But would you like it for you and your family? Do you have a family?
You are my family.
You don't have a spouse or a child?
No. What? No. I am a servant for you.
Oh. Okay. Well, what do you think? Should we toss it back, or would you like to, or shall we serve it tonight for dinner?
This would make an excellent repast.
Well, great. Would you mind taking this back while I walk around town?
No trouble at all.
Great, thanks.
He bows. And like he has to go pick up the fish. This fish is really big for this guy. So he's definitely like he's got it, but like he definitely like walks back. It's a deliberate walking that's happening here. Yeah, and he lets you out of his sight.
I'm going to jot down no family for servant class ? We'll
find out. Okay, let's go check in on these other people. So, the tour is, let's say, relatively dull, in some ways, in the sense that like there are references to things, names that you don't really know, historical things that you don't really care about. It's sort of like when people give, like, I don't know, I do this thing that's horrible and I love doing it and it drives my friends insane, where when they come to San Francisco, I give them a tour of like San Francisco architecture, and I like there's all these cool stories that I like telling them. And like sure, but like even if you're a good storyteller, it's still like a story about local figures in history, not like in whatever. And so like there's an element of that to all of this. There's an element to like you don't know any of the names to all of this. It is stunning, right? So much of the architecture here is particularly gorgeous, and that's very much what they're focused on. They seem to be very focused on the architecture as they tell you things. Um, all these waterfalls running off of each building is very purposeful. All these sort of small collections of stone circles that you see around, white stones in circles, small circles, some the size of just like 2 feet could fit inside of them, and some the size of like an entire courtyard of circles. All of them made of white stones that are equidistant apart, and usually really like about fist-sized stones planted in the ground. And they show you the Silver Spires that you've already been to. They show you a gorgeous building made of gold domes. It almost just gold domes that sort of are built onto each other in weird ways. And you're told that this is the Trust Ward. This is where political meetings occur, and you see people heading into it right then.
In that moment,
Yeah, go for
when we get to the Trust Ward,
Yeah.
I ask her right?
Mhm.
I ask her, so, thank you for all this so far, by the way. Water. Why is it important to you all as a culture?
It is water is life.
No, yeah, no, I get that. It's basic symbolism, but also it's everywhere. Is there some sort of purpose to it? Is it aesthetic? Is it ritualistic?
Is it is strange to say to outsider.
Go for it.
So built into our life. I know not how to explain. Water goes. It moves.
Mhm.
And you go with it and follow the path, or you struggle against it and suffer. It is good to go with.
Right. Totally. And I
If
turn
you
to
have
oh, yeah.
sorry, and she says, if you have questions, you should speak to Numa. She is better at explaining.
Where can I find Numa?
Well, she spends time. Well, I guess mostly in Abrother, sometimes in the Celestial Domain, but mostly in Abrother.
Okay. Are we making a stop there at any point?
We certainly can. I would love to show it to you. It is my favorite building.
Great.
And you turn to talk to someone. Sorry.
Oh, actually, what you just said totally
Negated that. Sorry.
negated it. So no, it's good. It's good. It's good. I was probably going to do something pretty stupid.
Okay.
I'm not going to.
As we're walking around, Nova would like to try to keep an eye out for anything that looks suspicious, like anything that looks like possible criminal stuff, or if there's some kind of like city watch, or like anyone who doesn't look like they're just walking about their day.
Yeah, absolutely. Roll a perception check at disadvantage. The disadvantage is because you are in a culture that is so alien to you that you wouldn't necessarily know whether someone is doing something immoral.
I do have the Watcher's Eye background.
Excellent. Negate that disadvantage. Make it a straight roll.
Okay.
Nice. 18.
Nice.
Hmm.
Beautiful. Yeah. You see someone you see someone across a quad. There's this large quad that has this stone white circle in it. That's quite, again, it's quite peaceful and serene. There's trees within it. It's not like a totally empty circle. And it's quite large. It's probably 150, 200 feet across this circle in diameter of these white stones. And you see someone who's sitting underneath the tree, and someone walks up to them and like sort of looks surreptitiously around, a look that you're familiar with, and just sort of opens a small wooden box. And the person underneath the tree just like almost sleepily opens one eye, smiles and nods. The box closes, and the person just hands the box to them. And from the box, some light came out. It's very
Pulp Fiction.
Pulp Fiction, except the light is a paler. It's not red. It's closer to like a yellow or white light.
Nova would like to kind of sneak off of away from the tour group and kind of just watch for a bit.
Yeah. Do you get help from anyone to do that, or you just want to do it on your own?
I kind of nudge Thea. I point.
Hey, guide. Can you tell me more about this building here?
Oh, this one. Yes, of course. Yeah, roll a deception check since you're trying to distract them.
21.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, this is a beautiful building. As you can see, it was always been made by one of my ancestors, actually, someone that I have some relation to, theoretically, at least.
Wow.
And just like blah blah blah. It's they're very excited to tell you about this building. It has a famously large door.
Tell me more about this door, please. And I'm like, oh.
Yeah. And so let's see, Nova. I would like you to roll a stealth check to sneak
Okay.
away. Let's see how we do. I'm at disadvantage. Oh, I got a nat one. Okay, cool. Yeah, so you aren't the stealthiest, but fortunately Caliban is very distracting, and you make it over in that direction where you can see what's going on. So what's your intention here? What do you want to do? Do you want to talk with this person? Do you want to watch? Are you trying to?
Just do the people walk away from each other pretty quickly?
So the person who received the box is still sitting underneath the tree, sleepily. He's like leaning against it and looks very comfortable, and is like either sleeping or feigning sleepiness or enjoying like a mid-afternoon nap, even though it's like 11 in the morning or 10 in the morning or whatever. Yeah, he looks quite comfortable.
I think, and the other person walks off somewhere.
Yes, quite quickly.
I kind of want to follow the person who's walking off quickly.
Okay.
They
Yeah,
think
absolutely.
they're going somewhere.
Absolutely, yeah. So you start following that person, and you hear the person underneath the tree say, "Good luck." And then like you like look, and he makes eye contact with you, and then you keep going. And you start trying to follow this person. Yeah. So you are essentially starting a chase scene, but like a secret chase scene. Okay. Cool. Let's pull some chase stuff. Okay. Okay. So I think what we're going to do here is we're going to do some secret rolling. Do you have actual dice?
Yeah.
Perfect. Do you have 3d6?
In like a couple seconds.
Awesome. I just don't want to know what you roll. And unfortunately, you cannot hide rolls from the GM in Roll20. Not that there's a real problem with that. You probably shouldn't be able to hide rolls from the GM in principle. But, you know, nonetheless, I want to do it secretly.
Okay. 3d6.
Yeah, 3d6. So roll that secretly. Don't tell me what you get. But leave it up so you don't lose track. John, can you verify that she gets a number? Thank you, Timothy.
Got a number.
A number. Excellent. Cool. Okay, so hold on. I'm going to do a quick couple of small chase events, I think, here. Uh-huh. Oops. I need to keep it secret, though. Oops. Wrong thing. Man. There we go. Okay. So in this chase, the higher you roll, the better you roll. The better it is. Now here's the deal, though. You can re-roll dice to get better, to represent that you're like trying to come up with a clever solution. You have to keep the new thing you roll, and each time you get to do that, I get to do that as well, because I'm trying to hide from you as you're trying to chase me. Okay. So we're going to put out a couple of quick encounters here, and we can determine whether we can get some possible extra dice as well. So let's do a quick. Okay. So let's see. So someone pops up in front of you and tries to and like doesn't really see where you're going, but it's like, don't you think you should be over there with the people over there? You're not supposed to be away from the people over there, are you? How do you deal with that?
I completely ignore them and run past them.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So they kind of try and stop you, but kind of don't try and stop you. Can you roll an athletics check for me?
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah. Let's. Okay. Great. Well, if I'm gonna roll a 1, then yeah, you can easily get past this person, and they are unhappy with that. So they're like shout, help, help! Someone is wandering. Someone isn't supposed to be here.
Oh dang.
Caliban and Slexa and Thea. I would like all three of you to roll perception checks.
Is Thea Thea is with
You guys.
Oh, I thought Thea was with Nova. No, she's not.
I didn't think so, but if she is, that's fine. I thought Nova went on her own.
I nudged and pointed, but Caliban was the one who noticed, I think.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
So wait, where is Ami? Where is Thea?
Yeah.
I think I'm still with the group. Still
Okay.
with the tour.
Great. So I want all three of you to roll perception checks. Nice.
That Nephany went with me, though.
Okay. Yeah, Nephine's with you. That's fine. So Ami, so all three of you notice this person like shouting for help, and your tour guide will notice too, unless you come up with a different way to distract her than has already been done. Do any of you have any ideas about how to distract her?
I quickly and try to stealthily. Oh no, that'd be really shitty. No, that's not good. This
Celexa.
This is my thing. Yeah.
Celexa is going to use what is it? She's going to use thaumaturgy, and she is going to make a sound like like clattering footsteps
Mhm.
come from just like near somewhere in the opposite direction.
Mhm. Yeah.
Something that would just be kind of like try to get her to turn and to pay attention to that to that direction.
Absolutely. Yeah, roll a deception check at advantage. And so your tour guide turns and says, "This is not a place for where's that sound coming from?"
And Celexa is just going to say, "What is there? Did you hear something? What's going on?" She's gonna milk it a little bit to try and
Yeah, of course.
give Nova a moment.
Excellent. Nova, would you like to re-roll one of your dice?
No.
Oh, you're quite happy with your dice, are you?
I'm happy with my dice.
Confident? Okay. So you keep running down the passageway, and this person takes a step, and they step into one of the holes in the ground that you've seen that lead to the underground portion of this land. Are you gonna just jump in and follow immediately?
Does it look like it will close and I won't be able to get in afterwards?
Nope. It looks like one. You've seen these openings before. You've seen them as doors and houses, but there's also a couple of them around.
Okay.
To get to the other side city.
I'd like to like count to 10 and then go in.
Okay. Count to 10 and then go in. Okay. So you count to so you count and then follow on in and roll a perception check to see if you lose track of this person, because they have there's actually a crowd of people down here. There's a lot of people down here.
Oh.
Nice. A 20. Yeah. So you and Nephany step down and head down this path, and there's a lot of people down here. It kind of like, if you didn't know anybody, you'd kind of guess that this might be like a marketplace or something like that, like an underground marketplace of some sort. But you know that they don't have currency, so it's a little bit weird. Opens a door in the stall, like a little half door, like a little gate. Opens it, and then closes it behind them, and then like sits at the stall, and just sort of looks out, as if they're ready to trade things. They have a book, and they pull it up and they start reading. Can I check your 3d6?
Yeah, I got a 13.
Okay, I got a 9. So that means that this is not in any way, shape, or form you getting distracted or misplacing them or being confident that it is the right person. Nice.
Okay. So they're just sitting there. Does it look like they noticed that I was coming after them?
Nope.
Okay. Cool. I'd like to go down into the everything and see what on earth this is, but keep an eye on him out of the corner of my eye.
Yeah, why don't you roll a deception check for me?
Okay.
Dang.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, so Nephany and you sort of walk together. And why do you think people don't notice that you're there? Like, you are there. You're not one of the Kava. Why don't they notice? Is it just too crowded? Do you do something in particular that helps them not notice? What is it?
I'm kind of small, and I think Nephany looks probably enough like Kava that maybe they wouldn't notice.
Mm-hmm.
And I think for me, maybe I just pull my hood over my face.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So let's see. One more roll for me. Can you roll an investigation check?
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this seems to be some sort of place where people come and get what they need. No one seems to be really doing any like bartering. There's no selling. People seem to be like grabbing something off shelves, but then just placing it calmly in their bag. No one, and people like are smiling and nodding. There are people manning all the stalls though. So who knows why?
I'd like to see what kind of stuff that people are taking and not selling.
Yeah. So a good chunk of the stuff that people are taking and not selling seems to be small wooden boxes that have labels written on them in a language that you do not yet know. Um, so so you're not, you'd have to like actually grab and open a box to see what's inside.
Okay. I asked Nephany, like, what do the labels say?
I'm not entirely certain what they all say. There's a lot of them, but each stall seems to have a consistent label, and it says something. That one says "Fruit of the World." That one says "Blood of the World." That one says "Bones of the World."
That's weird. Do you know what that means?
I do not. This was not my place.
What does the one say where the guy is sitting?
That says Stardust.
I'd like to ask Nephany to go over and get one from where it says Stardust. Just because she, I think, is going to be less suspicious than me.
Yeah, so she walks over, she like looks at you and nods and walks over, and she picks one up and looks at the guy, and he just nods at her, and she turns and starts walking back to you. Someone taps you on the shoulder though as this is happening, Nova.
Mm-hmm.
Do you turn? Do you look?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Turn and look.
And you see a broad smile, and he says, in a language you've never heard before, Joaquin Dwakul.
I nod.
Nishnan? And it sounds very different when he says that.
I also nod.
And he looks at you and he says, Hapna hit.
I shrug.
It sounds totally different again. And then you hear him say, "Confounds it, what languages do you speak?"
I said, that one.
Unusual for someone to speak the local tongue here.
What does this person look like?
Yeah, so very, very, very big. Maybe 6'6", broad-shouldered. Like, I don't know. I want to say that he's one of those people who takes up much more space than he should. Very dark skin, and a huge bushy beard. And you've seen no beards on any of these people yet, but he has a huge bushy beard, and his hair like is stubbly and black and goes straight up. And he's got a yellow left eye and a silver right eye.
Does he look like he's from the Kava?
No. Well, kind of. He doesn't look like he's from anywhere that you've seen. So that would imply the Kava. You have less experience here, so it's hard for you to know. Everyone you've seen from the Kavas looks very similar. I could tell by the way you walk that you're not from around here.
Same at you.
So where are you from? What brings you to this place?
From Priyan. What about you?
Oh, so you are local.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, interesting. Sorry, I didn't know that they had any look. Oh, say, are you one of those chosen people that they keep on talking to us about?
I say, where were you from again?
Oh, well, I'm from Regalis.
Does that mean anything to me?
No, it does not.
Okay. I nod knowingly.
Yes, well, Regalis. So what brings you here?
Just getting stuff. What about you?
Yes, quite. Are you one of those chosen people?
What does that mean exactly?
Damned if I know. They just talk about like, oh, we're gonna open up our borders to the chosen ones, and I don't know. I just saw someone who wasn't from around here and thought maybe someone who could have a drink.
Oh yeah. Let's do that. That sounds good. I can do
Thank
that.
you. And he pulls out like a flask, and it's like it's like 10:30 in the morning, and he hands you a flask, and like then like immediately reaches down his belt and pulls out a second one, and like takes a shot.
I sniff it. Does it smell like anything I've smelled before?
It has. I mean, it certainly smells like alcohol. That's the first thing, but it's not an alcohol that you've probably. It's definitely not an alcohol you've tasted.
Okay. I take some.
Yeah, it's a little thick, and also very very strong. It feels a little bit like sipping like a really good scotch, but it's also like but it's definitely but like there's something about the texture of it. It feels just like it still has the burn in your throat, but it feels like it almost coats your tongue like milk almost a little bit in the way that, so it's like very unusual texture.
Okay. I ask, where are you staying?
Oh, some building that they told me I had to stay in. They moved me recently. I guess because of you. I was staying at the Sky and the Mountain, but they
Oh,
didn't want us to meet. I guess we're not allowed to meet.
that didn't work.
Well, I'm here. I'm allowed to be here. You're here. Clearly, you're allowed to be here too, or you've
Obviously.
gotten around your captors, as it were. So whatever.
Why?
Stephanie at this point returns and hands you the box.
Oh, good. The thing I needed. Do you, I ask, ha 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 ha. Do you know what this is?
Stardust. Yes, of course.
Obviously.
It's Stardust.
Okay. Does that mean anything to Nova?
No.
No.
Nothing more than it means to you.
Okay. I put the box in my, I don't know, bag.
Yeah. Perfect. Let's go check in with Timothy quickly, and then we'll check in with the rest of the crew and see how they are dealing, because I think that Nova's absence has been noticed. So, Timothy, how you doing?
Pretty good. I am also going to get into some sneaky business, I think.
Yay!
Now that I've successfully gotten my person away, right, with the fish, I'm going to keep up the pretense for a few more casts, and then once I'm confident that no one is around, I'm going to do some exploration of the wilderness area. I'm gonna stroll maybe up the stream and see what's going on, see if I see anything.
Yeah. So you notice a couple of things. First of all, there is a wilderness that you can get to from your perspective. You can see it. But the stream starts turning back on itself. And you notice partway through your walk, you think you're heading towards the wilderness. You can see the wilderness. It's right over there. But you notice partway through your walk that this is clearly an artificial stream. It is actually, it's not a circle, it's a figure eight that has sort of a large reflecting pool in the middle, but it's actually no more natural than anything else. They've seemed to have imported fish into it for the purpose of fishing.
Interesting. Okay. And is the supposed wilderness on the other side of the river?
No, it's you can walk to it from here. Okay. It's sort of like you'd be leaving the buildings a little bit and heading. There seems to be woods that sort of go up to a cliff face that you guys saw coming in. You know that there was like tents on top of the cliff face, but like you'd be at the base of the cliff basically. There or in the area around the base of the cliff, there's woods.
Okay, I think I'd like to lead into there and potentially maybe look if there are any tracks. See if anyone else has gone out this way.
Please roll a survival check for me.
Okay.
I'm going to assume you're not looking for animals, but looking for people. And so from that perspective, your beast bonuses don't apply.
Okay.
though your ranger bonuses do, obviously, because you're a ranger. Well, if you want to roll 21 about it. Excellent. Yeah. So
Doing really well.
yes, you guys are. It's awesome. It's a good way to get some information. Yes, there are tracks. There seems to be a collection of tracks. Looks like probably about 20 people that were walking into the woods from somewhere around here. Looks like they left the woods and stopped, and then turned around and headed back in the woods. It looks like there's maybe like a circle of people sitting for a little while. They came here. They sat. There's like a large stone here, but it's not like a huge stone. It's like it looks like sort of like a comfortable stone for sitting. And it looks like people were sitting in a circle that included the stone. So like someone sat on the stone maybe, and then they sat like in a circle with the stone there, and then left. And you would guess this happened last night.
Anything in the circle here, like anything left behind, debris, or like campfire remnants or anything?
No campfire remnants, but definitely a fair number of sticks. Looks like people maybe like had sticks and like poked at the ground a little bit, almost like kids do when they're bored in the woods, poking at the ground a little bit. Someone dug some holes. Someone seems to have tied like a bunch of small sticks together, and you find that, and you realize that like when you look at it, it looks almost like a person. It's like like someone has tied sticks together in the shape of a person. With some small string.
Huh. That is strange. Do I get a creepy vibe off of that, or do I get like an anthropological vibe off of that?
I mean, I think that you're an anthropologist, so you would get an anthropological vibe no matter whether it was creepy or not. Is that okay?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
I'd like to pick it up, and
Okay.
I'll take it with me against better John judgment.
Yeah. As you pick it up, it feels a little warm.
Warm?
Like you would expect this stick to be cold or to reflect the weather in some way, shape, or form, and this is a little warm.
Oh my gosh. What kind of magic do I have any magic? Who's this character again? Okay.
You're a fisherman.
I'm a fisherman. Oh, I'm out of my depths here. Okay. Well,
or rather, into your depths.
Yeah. I'd like to push further into the wilderness.
Absolutely, yeah. Having successfully ditched your guide, you push further into the wilderness. And yeah, I'm gonna check in with some other people, but I'm gonna give you a cliffhanger first, if that's okay.
Is it because I'm coming up to the bottom of a cliff?
I appreciate the humor. No, unfortunately, it is not. So you start walking through the woods, and I want you to roll a perception check for me, actually.
Okay.
All right. Oh, that's pretty good. You might actually not get that much of a cliffhanger. Oh, you do. Okay. And as you are walking through the woods, you feel at your neck the cold touch of steel. Someone is holding a knife at your neck from behind. And let's go check in with our other groups. So Thea, Caliban, and Celexa, our tour guide is getting a little flustered, and like is confused by these sounds like people are running, and like this is a place where running is apparently forbidden, or not allowed, or whatever. And so like she's confused about that, and like there's just too much going on. And she looks around. She's like, "Where's the other one?"
Oh, Nova. I didn't see her leave. Did you see where she went?
She's always going off on her own. Don't worry about her. She's fine. She can take care of herself.
Yeah, she'll find her way back.
It's not a matter of her being fine. It is a matter of her being guided.
Well, she's a very resourceful person. I think you have nothing to worry about. Say, weren't you going to go take us to meet Numa? I know that's what I want him to do next. Do you think you could take us there?
Okay, I'm gonna allow a persuasion check because I think it's theoretically possible that she could be persuaded, and I don't even think it's necessarily impossible. I think Evan, I think that Caliban and Celexa are working together on this. So Celexa, please make that roll at advantage.
Okay, that's a 25.
Excellent. There you go then. Fine. And so she looks, and I think what she does is she says, "One moment, please," and she walks away from you about 60 feet. And turns her head away from you, and she just sort of seems to be standing there awkwardly for about a minute, giving you guys a moment if you want to plan or if you want to watch this. But you know,
Yeah. I turn to Thea and say, at any point, it seems like if Nova was able to sneak away, you probably could much easier. Well, I can at least keep her busy at some point if either of you two want to sneak up at any point today as well.
Do you think I should go look for Nova?
I think if we're heading to Numa's, she can find us. Or we can always meet her back at the hotel.
Right.
But up to you. You know, I don't want to hold you back from your destiny.
I'll keep with the group for now.
yeah. So our guide comes back looking flustered. She says, "I have people looking for her now. They'll find her.
Great.
I'm confident, and make sure that she's safe. Too easy to get lost here, you know."
Is there a reason that she wouldn't be safe?
Oh, just it's easy to get lost here, and all these tall buildings. One can take a bad step or slip.
Oh, that's all you're worried about. Okay, that's good to know.
If you'd like
Do
to
people get lost
check
a lot?
again. If you'd like to roll an insight check again.
Okay, sure. Insight check.
Yeah. Yeah, certainly. Those are the only things that she's worried might happen to Nova.
Obviously. So yeah, she's Celexa is going to direct the conversation back to Numa and say, well, you can tell us all about her as you take us there. I'm sure.
Of course. Numa she is the wisest of us and the one who knows things the most. She is so brilliant and cunning and wise, and the first she speaks so well, and so well. She I know you met Abdul Kamar the other night.
Oh yes, charming. Mm-hmm.
Yes, quite. But Numa really follows the way in a way that Abdul Kamar can only wish to follow.
What is the way?
Just you were asking questions about the water and the significance of the water, and she will be able to answer these questions.
Do you think Numa will be at our party at the moon viewing pools?
She should be. Yes, she is giving a dedication there. She is quite a significant. I've been told. I'm sorry. The word that you use is religious. She is quite a significant religious.
Oh well, Caliban, you guys get along great, I'm sure.
We'll find out.
Yeah, and so she takes you to a building, and this building is very different than the ones around it in some respects. Where all of the other ones are made incredibly smooth and out of silvers and golds. This looks like a giant, rough-hewn rock that someone has like carved an entrance into, and like carved from the inside some sort of like protection from the elements. It almost feels a little bit more like it almost feels like almost more ancient Chelestrin than it does feel like modern Kava. It's very like it definitely feels like, oh, there's a rock and like there's a little bit of a dent in here, so we can sleep here inside this little bit of a dent to protect ourselves from the violent elements. And then like, well, this dent is not quite big enough, so we're gonna chip away and get a little bit further, and then we're gonna chip away. Oh, hey, this rock is big enough that we could go inside it now, right? That's sort of what it feels like. But there still is water flowing off of it from both sides, and then two on either side of the door as well. So there's 4 pools of water that you can see coming off it, and there's a small moat around it. and then above it, you see a glowing golden circle, from which the water is pouring. There doesn't seem to be anything above it, but this glowing golden circle is above the building, pouring down onto the stone, and then from the stone pours out into these 4 waterfalls around it. And it could not say more clearly, this is magical. This is magical. It's just like they're not trying to hide the magic of this at all. They have some sort of portal or something. Their water is pouring out of constantly.
What kind of like neighborhood are we in? Is it like, are there other buildings and people around? Is this like kind of a secluded area?
It's definitely quieter than some of the places that you've been so far.
Okay.
And there's a large square around this place that is very peaceful and nature driven. It's a little bit like being for local people. It feels a little bit closer to being like in I guess like it's not really like Golden Gate Park, but it's sort of like, it definitely feels like more park like than some of the other
Sure.
places that are built more civic. It's in general a park heavy city, but it's definitely like this is more park. It's like there's always a ratio going on, and this is like the most park like that a building has been so far.
And there's still a few people hanging around, kind of milling, or
Yeah, definitely.
yeah. Okay.
On a
got it.
scale of
and-
1 to 10 park, this is a
Yes, exactly.
It's
10 being the actual wilderness, 1 being downtown New York City.
Right.
This is like an 8.
okay. Gotcha. Pretty parky, not the parkiest. Understood.
Yes.
Awesome. So yeah, I don't know. Celexa is just like, this is the most beautiful place that we've seen in the whole city yet, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, truly? You like it? It's good. I'm glad that you appreciate it.
Yes, it's gorgeous. Wow. What do you know about the water, the light and everything? What is that? It's amazing.
Oh, yes, I know. Is quite beautiful. I am told constantly that outsiders may not appreciate. So I am relieved that you are loving these waterfalls. Marcus, you need to mute yourself. Marcus, you need to mute yourself. Thank you. Okay, sorry about that.
That's all good. Well, maybe Numa can tell us more about it.
Yes, I'm sure she can. Come, and she walks into the building and guides you into it. This one stone opening. Inside, you see implanted in the ground. First of all, the ground is marble inside of here. So despite the very natural look inside, it's all marble, and it's all white marble. And again, these collection of white stones have been put in a circle around this room, and the room is circular. And above each white stone in this room, there is a chair, and one chair in the back is slightly elevated than the rest, not substantially, probably about 2 inches above the ground, where everything else is on the ground. And behind that, there seems to be some sort of altar, and it's a circle, so people could sit facing each other, but it fits about 200 people in the circle. So it's a big circle inside this thing. And at the altar, there are 6 spots where there are glasses of water, small metal balls, and a candle, and a stick. And a woman seems to be like running the stick in a circle in the air. And as she does, like a little bit of wind just ripples across the room to you guys.
Hey there.
And she sort of turns and looks around. She puts down the stick and gestures forward. As you approach her, this woman is 6'2", but very, very skinny. Looks like a twig, almost more than a woman. And the way she moves, like her body it's very alien. Her joints seem to move like at odd times. You everything you do, you look at her, it seems to like not quite line up the way you would expect. But there's something very serene about her movements. She's wearing silver robes with a thin gold line down them that sort of just enrapture her body. And her hair, which is mostly black, is braided in that complicated braid style. But she has one thin streak of perfect white hair that is loose from the braids and comes down on the left side of her face.
In terms of her face and everything, though, she looks like the like Kavanian as we've seen.
It's more gaunt than you've seen.
Okay.
But it definitely appears to be Kavanian.
Okay, great. Wow, just wow, this place is amazing. I'm sorry we're just barging in on you like this. I hope, is it all right? You look like you're in the middle of something. We can come back. We can come back.
She gestures to a seat.
Oh, okay. Well, if you insist. And Celexa sits down.
She gestures to a seat for Caliban.
Caliban nods and sits next to Celexa.
And gestures for a seat for Thea.
Yeah.
And then looks at your three attendants, and also your three lackeys, and also your attendant, and looks at your attendant and sort of gestures for a seat for your attendant, and then sort of looks at the lackeys and dismisses them.
Okay.
And they look look to you for instructions. They're reasonably well trained, but Captain Flistons looks at you like, what should I be doing here? Celexa.
Hey,
They're with us.
you think do you guys want to let us know what's going on outside? Just kind of keep an eye on. I don't really know this area at all. Do you guys want to keep an eye on the outside in the plaza? Maybe we can meet you out there. It feels like it'd be good to have some eyes out there.
Yes, of course, Celexa. And she nods in a kind of quasi-military way, then turns and starts walking towards the exit.
Thanks. You're the best.
Arturo, go ahead.
And Thylor just quickly says to you, I'm within earshot mentally. Okay.
So you must be Numa, and our guide here, she's just told us not all about you, but she's just talked about you in glowing terms. So I'm sure I speak for all of us when I say we're very excited to meet you.
She nods.
What can I ask? What you were? I feel so bad we interrupted you here. What were you doing when we came in? I hope it wasn't anything. We didn't interrupt anything that you can't fix.
Ha pato. Ha pati. And then your guide looks at you and says, "Oh, it was nothing." She says, "It was just a ritual of remembrance." I think she said. I'm sorry. She speaks weirdly. It's hard to know sometimes.
The water. Can you tell me about it? Tell us about it.
And again, she nods and she begins speaking in this foreign tongue again. And your attendant looks confused. I think she is saying that the world has a flow, and we can either bend into the flow, and by going with it, improve things, or we can resist against the flow, and by resisting it, morph things or change things. I'm sorry, it's a little tricky.
It's fine. You're doing your best.
Can Thea use her psionic talent to like to
Absolutely, you can.
directly
Is that what
speak
you're
with her?
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So what do you say to her when you do this?
Well, I think I can also. I think if I roll something, I can speak with more than one person.
Interesting.
Uh,
We'll see what that does. Yeah, if you'd like to roll. I don't know
Yeah.
these abilities because this is a UA class.
Okay,
I don't know it
yeah,
super well, so
let
you're
me
gonna have to walk
take
me
a
through it a
look
little
at-
bit. But I'll pull it up too, so that I can do both. Let's see how this works. Learning new things.
Okay.
All about it. Okay.
Roll psionic talent die and
Okay.
choose creatures you can see up to a number of creatures equal to the number rolled.
Excellent.
I think it's supposed to be in
Yep, there it is.
battle, but
So how big is your psionic talent die at this point? It's a D6, yes? Cool. Let's do it.
D6. Okay.
Two people.
Okay. So I think I'm gonna connect with Numa and Caliban.
Okay.
So
Okay.
so we should both be able to hear whatever she's saying
Yeah.
and talk to her.
So the first thing she does is she projects an image to you both of a multicolored flower opening. First. And then she says, sort of kind of casually after everything that you've heard, you are aware that you are being handled.
Yes. It's very clear.
Caliban gives the most genuine smile he's given the entire time that he's been here.
Trust not these ones that control you.
And I respond back, the river flows but one way.
It is good of you to know.
You know of I'm sorry. Thea, did you want to convey something?
Yeah. What do you know about this sickness? The sickness of the mind.
Very little. It comes from elsewhere. It poisons our people. And it divides us at a time that we should be united. I cannot help but think that it was sent not to weaken us, but to weaken you.
Who's divided against whom?
My people are at each other's throats. The believers, the faithful, the futurists, they all exist in a manner that is almost violence. We have the veneer of peace. We have the veneer of calm. I have trouble imagining that it will last. It never does.
How would you suggest that we find allies here?
It is not my place to guide those that are chosen. If you are chosen, then you will find a way. I, for myself, have chosen to believe the people that I know in my life, even if they may be lying to me. but I cannot function elsewise.
I don't respect that.
No.
But I understand.
And what do you respect, boy of islands and water?
Water is a powerful thing. It feeds, it destroys. But we learn to swim for a reason. And I believe in the power to do what one thinks is right. One thinks is right.
Well, you worship an island.
Yeah. Makes sense. Thank you.
Each of your peoples has a piece, but none of them know the truth. And it is our secret to bear. The trick for you both, boy of water and islands, girl of trees and the mind. The trick for you both will be to determine what secrets are worth knowing and what will just destroy the tranquility of this world. I think while this is going on, your guide is like trying to speak and interview, and so there's like two conversations going on at once. Very like this very sort of banal one about like religious philosophy, sort of that's sort of vague. So Alexa, I want you to roll a perception check to see if you know that something weird is going on. Yeah, I think you're unaware of the fact that something weird is going on at this point. You just like think Caliban and Thea are being a little bit vaguer than normal as they sort of speak through these things. And the guide is like translating things for you, and like every once in a while, as she's translating things for you, and this person is speaking, she'll like add in the mind to Thea and Caliban. She'll just say that was mistranslated, like just casually.
So wait, I'm a little. So does that mean that are Thea and Caliban having like two conversations at once?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. One of them very, very vague and a little bit bland, and the
Okay.
other more purposeful and intense.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I think
sort of,
Slexa probably apparently has no idea like why this is happening,
Yeah.
but it's probably like she probably feels really awkward. Like this seems like a really strange conversation, and she can tell something is weird, right? And so she's just like making strange eyes at the translator and just kind of like smiling awkwardly. But I think she's still going to be asking. She's still going to be asking questions. And I think the main thing she's going to ask of she's going to talk about the party at the moon viewing pool, and she's going to say, "Oh, I heard you may be coming to this celebration, and do you know who else might be there? Who else might be coming to that celebration? Anybody we maybe should know?"
You will be introduced to many people, both local and not, while you are there. But it is a celebration and ceremony designed to, and the translator pauses, and then she says, a spiritual protection of us all. And as she says that, you guys hear in your mind that was mistranslated.
Yeah.
So, many people, sure. Oh yeah, I'm sure there'll be lots of people there. But I don't know. Do you think, like, specifically, are there we've been told there's like factions or there's, I don't know, some different groups. We don't really know anybody here yet. Eh, Who who specifically should we look out for? Is there anybody you could mention by name?
Oh, of
Surely
course.
you
Yes.
must know many people.
Yes, well, of course, the most important person there is Numa, but Arwa will be there, Nizma will be there, Aida will be there, and Nuja will be there, and they are the four sort of, shall we say, most important people in the city right now. They sort of are handling things and keeping things together and organized as we exist in this time.
Hey Thea, have we met Aida and is it Nuja? Was that the name?
Not yet.
No, we haven't met them, right? Aida and Aida and Nuja. Interesting. Okay, gotcha. Do you?
And then
She wants to ask our assistant, the translator. Do you know who Aida and Nuja are?
Oh, yes, they are very important. The word is politician. Where you come from, like Arwa.
and psionically,
Mhm.
he asks her, "Do you trust these people that you just mentioned?"
And she answers, "No, I only trust my attendants because I know not who else to trust."
Mhm.
Well, maybe Aida and Nuja would be other people we could meet today. Would you know where to find them?
And at this point, your guide answers without even waiting for Numa to speak. It says, "Oh, I can take you there. Of course, no problem. We can absolutely meet them."
Okay, just an idea. What?
Mhm.
And she's like looking. Now it's gotten weird, so she's
Yeah.
she's looking strangely at
Mhm.
Caliban and Thea.
Yeah, and I think with that strange look, we will take our break. So Hello, everyone, and thank you for watching. Thank you for tuning in and enjoying the show. I hope you are enjoying the show. If you are enjoying the show, this is our last streamed game for a week. I'm going on vacation. And by going on vacation, I mean I'm going to be sitting over there rather than over here. Over there, over here. It's different, I know. But I'm taking a little bit of a break to recharge, do some planning, and prep some stuff, and get some projects of mine done and all that good stuff. So our next stream will not be Monday tomorrow. It will be Monday a week from tomorrow. We will be back with the assassination of Primarch Magali Black Ice. That'll be our next game stream. However, on my break, because I am a workaholic, I will be doing a thing on Wednesday. I will be for Wednesday at 4 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. I'll be running a stream, a couple hours long, going to talk about some tips for running games, dungeon mastering, GMing, and things like that. We're also going to be looking at some homebrew stuff that one of my friends and frequent collaborators has made, and we're going to sort of analyze it and see what we feel about it, see how it makes us, see what sort of discussions it sparks, and all that good stuff. And I'll be answering questions. If you have any questions, feel free to send them our way. The easiest way to do that is go to my Twitter page, twitch.tv. Nope, sorry, that's the Twitch page. VanishX, nope, at Matthew Camille. I'm so bad at this. At MATTHEWCMIEL. I'm also Vanish X Zone on Twitter. And if you post a question there's a thread. I'll probably pin it slightly later, requesting questions, and I will answer any and all questions I get on that stream at that time. Also, tune in and watch if you want those answers. Ask a question, tune in and watch. See, that's how they get you. I say, ask a question, and then you have to watch to get the answer. That's how I get you. It's all a trick. Anyway, that's the deal. That's what's happening on this channel this week. With that being said, let's get back to it. So, Timothy, there's a knife on your neck.
Hello. I don't have my weapons out, and I hope you know I don't pose a threat. I'm just strolling through the woods here. I'd like you very much to put your knife down, please.
You do not know you pose a threat.
To my knowledge, okay, that's true. To my knowledge, I am not trying to pose a threat. I apologize if I stumbled across like a protected habitat for the local flora or fauna. I apologize if I like strayed off of the path. I'm sorry. I am very sorry, but I don't think we need knives out.
You smell bad.
I smell bad. Well, I'm sorry. I think I would say I smell different, but yes.
Your scent is offensive to my nose.
Oh, well, perhaps we could stand further away from each other. And with fewer knives.
Yeah, roll a persuasion check.
Okay.
I think not. I think you cause danger here. I think you bring problems. I think I bring you somewhere.
Well, you certainly could do that. Could I at least turn around and see to whom I have the pleasure of speaking with?
No.
Okay.
And you feel a little bit more pressure in your neck. And it says, walk forward.
Okay. Absolutely. Am I walking in the am I walking in the same direction I was, or are we walking back toward town?
You're walking deeper into the woods.
Okay. Fun. May I? What would I have?
You certainly have all your fishing equipment, just as a baseline. Anything that's in there, you would certainly have.
Well, I'd like to try to sneakily leave a trail of breadcrumbs, but I guess all I have is fishing lures.
Okay. So you're trying to do this sneakily, and you have fishing lures. Okay, yeah. So you don't need to leave that many. If people are skill trackers, you know that they can find you. If you don't have to like drop. It's not like every second, so you can do it relatively subtly. Yeah. Why don't you roll a stealth check for me?
Okay. on stealth.
Yeah. So you suddenly you drop some, you leave one on a tree branch, all this stuff. And you are escorted through the woods. You are escorted through the woods for about 30 minutes. And he really doesn't want to speak. If you try and engage him in conversation, he like doesn't answer. He just keeps but this knife is constantly at the back of your neck. And there is in fact a small slit in your scales by the end of this. It's not like deep, but it's just like sort of the natural part of like walking with someone as they're trying to hold a knife to your neck.
Sure.
It happens. I don't have any experience with that. That's not a real story.
Like go. Oh my. Can I gain any information about like size or race or anything? Like, do I feel like body parts up against me? Can I tell like breath? Anything?
Yeah, I'll allow a perception check.
Okay.
Yeah, you would. You can tell he immediately. First of all, he has the Kava accent, so you notice that immediately. He also seems to be about your height, maybe slightly shorter, but not substantially, maybe an inch or two shorter. Male, from the tone of voice and from the way his shoulder bumps into you. Not really more broad-shouldered than you, though. Relatively lithe, sort of like Timothy.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I also don't get the sense that I could easily overpower him then.
He has the advantage of a knife at your neck right now. If that advantage were gone, then like certainly it would be a closer fight. But with this advantage, like right now, it's a little bit of pressure for him to essentially narratively death you.
Okay.
So. Okay. Yeah. So he walks you into the woods, and you hear a voice from deeper into the woods, and it again speaks in Tawani, which you now know is like the fact that they're speaking in this formal Tawani tongue means that they're being respectful to you on some level, which is interesting because, like, they could easily speak Kava, but you hear a voice that says, "Umar, there is no need to be so rough with our guest. But he's not supposed to be here. The people of the town, they said to keep him. Still, he is now our guest. Release him." But I said, release him. And you feel like a shove on your back, and you're shoved forward.
Oh, thank you to whoever just spoke. And I'm going to turn around and say, no hard feelings. I know I am a stranger. What does he look like?
Yeah, he looks absolutely like one of the citizens of the Kava, but he has 3 long, sharp gashes going across the side of his face.
Actual gashes?
Yeah, one of them is open, like it was, and the other 2 are scabbed over.
Okay.
It doesn't seem to be bleeding profusely, though. It's very thick.
Dang. Okay. Yeah. No hard feelings. I know this is a very strange time for all of us.
At least I can get away from your smell. Wash you out of my nose.
Okay then. Do I see the other speaker?
Yeah. So, the tree that is nearest you seems to have a log that's been cut and propped up next to it. And sitting on that log is by far the oldest Kava you've ever seen. If you were to guess, you'd say 120. By the way the lizard folk reckon, he's like older than anyone you've ever seen in your entire life. This guy like looks like Yoda-ish. Like that, we're old here. And he seems to be sitting there, and again, his eyes are closed as he leans against the tree, and he's sitting on this stump. And he's got robes, but his robes, there's like robes on robes on robes, so it just looks like some of the robes look nice, but they're all sort of on top of each other and shambled array. He looks like a mess. He's got like 6 different belts on in different positions, and like there's like teeth of some sort of animal draping off one of the belts, and like some sort of other strands that jingle and jangle. He's got sort of like there's no way this guy could ever be silent if he moves. Like even when he just moves uncomfortably, just twitches a little bit and like his rest, jangle, jangle, jangle. You know, like there's just sound constantly. This person just constantly has sound. Would you care to sit? It's been quite a walk.
Yes, I would like that. I'd like to mirror him as best I can and sit in a similar fashion.
He opens one eye slowly. So you're the one they think is chosen.
I am one of the people that they sent for. Yes.
I wonder why they believe it's you.
I'm going to be honest with you. That's a very good question.
Please forgive Umar. He is overzealous and has had experiences not with your kind, but with one he views as similar. It is youthful stupidity. He says this. Umar is like 20 feet away and can hear himself be called stupid, but he like rolls his eyes. And Umar sort of crouches and like just standing on the backs of his feet. He's just like carving into the dirt with his knife.
That's okay. Yeah, I think we're all a little tense right now. Let's water under the bridge. Shall we break bread together? That's a very traditional custom of people coming together. Many tribes have that. I don't know if yours has or your people have, but I have some trail rations.
We do, and I can offer you perhaps something a little holier. And he reaches down and like just grabs into the folds of his robes and pulls out a loaf of bread and says, "It's too much for my stomach at this hour, the ravages of age, but for you." And he like goes to hand it to you with his left hand.
Thank you. I will take it. I will take it from him.
Yes. He carefully holds his right hand away from you so you can't see it very well. Sort of folded into his robes. And he looks at you and says, "Please break bread. I will at least have a nibble."
I will break off a part and hand it back to him.
So you're the ones that Masozi met.
Masozi?
Well trained. Well done. Worry not. I will not turn you in, nor him.
I'm sorry. I think we got off on a different type of foot. I'm not going to say bad or wrong. My name is Timothy. What is your name?
Taj al-Aziz.
Taj al-Aziz.
Al-Aziz. Sorry, L. My bad. Matthew's bad, not his.
Taj al-Aziz. It's very nice to meet you. You knew we were coming?
Yes. You could say that.
And you know Masozi?
He is my great-grandchild.
Oh. Sorry, did you say Umar? Was that this gentleman's name? Is he also related to you? The person.
He is an apprentice who has been given the unfortunate task of caring for the elderly.
I see. Did you send for us?
The way you have worded that makes it difficult to answer. I would say yes and no.
Masozi told me that I was one of the only people who could be trusted. That the plague that's sweeping through your country doesn't affect lizard folk.
Yes. He believes that.
And you?
Let us say that the evidence he has to believe that is strong, but not guaranteed. We have seen evidence that this plague cannot affect others with similar attributes to you.
Are there any other type of people that it cannot, that seemingly cannot get infected? To your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge. Well, save these others. They are the only ones we know.
These others? I'm sorry, I don't understand.
The ones that Masozi feels are similar enough to you that you would be trustworthy, even though he does not trust these others.
I see. Okay. In town, there were people mentioned your name, I think. Is that correct? Out of game?
Hmm?
Okay. And they said you were a prophet and that we were mentioned in a prophecy. Can you shed more light on that? Or perhaps you have any, dare I say, literature on the prophecy?
In my youth, I was prone to making prophecies, prone to making predictions, prone to do things that people have come to put a lot of stock in. I myself have chosen not to put quite so much stock in the history of my life and my predictions.
Was that prediction yours, though, or originally, that set this whole thing in motion?
It was. And I think I'm going to cut that shot there and go check in with Nova. Hey, Nova.
Hello.
Where are you at? What's going on?
Well, I was talking with my friend whose name I don't know.
True.
From Regulus.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's from, let's see, Regulus. He's from Regulus.
I would like to ask his name.
Yes. He says, "Oh, I am Urka Licky."
All right. I'm Nova. I hold out my hand.
Ooh, what a beautiful name.
Thank you.
A name of some significance and aspiration.
Yeah.
Have you seen one?
Do I know what he's talking about?
No more than Winona does.
Okay. Like a star? Like a...
Yes.
Yeah, I've seen stars. I haven't seen anything like explode necessarily.
Were you born at the time of one? That's a common naming convention. If a star explodes in the sky, then people, name their daughter after it.
Well, I wasn't named for a star necessarily, but more here, punch me right there.
Very well. And he punches you quite strong. It's friendly though.
Burst into flames.
Oh, you have singed my hand. And oops. Oh shoot. Okay, no, we're good. Wow, that could have gone very badly. And he looks at you and says, "Oh, but I think we have attracted some attention." And
We
so
should, like-
you burst into flames. Immediately, like 6 people of the Kava like come over and like they grab you by your arms, Nova, and say, "This is not a permitted location."
Okay, I'll leave.
Yeah, they walk you bodily out. And Urka Licky says, "It was nice to meet you, Nova,
Nice to meet you too. I wave as much as I can.
and a good name."
You too.
Okay.
Bye.
And cool. Let's check in with our creepy psionic conversations going on in the other place. Okay. What are you guys thinking? So Selexa's confused because she's not involved in the psionic conversation. Are you guys going to clue her in that something's going on somehow, or are you going to move on, or what's the plan here? Thea, I think you're sort of in charge of that because it's your psionic conversation. You know.
Yeah. I just don't want to give anything away to the translator at the same time.
Mhm.
I think Thea's gonna wait till we're done with everything and then maybe tell Celexa.
Okay.
So probably Celexa, I think, is probably feeling like she's gonna get impatient with this whatever is going on. She's gonna get impatient pretty quick. So I think when she starts talking about Aida and Nuja, and she's going to start kind of thinking like, wouldn't it be a great idea for us to go and meet somebody else?
I think that's a lovely idea. Numa, a pleasure to meet you. I hope we can. Well, we'll see you tomorrow. Yeah.
And she nods. Hop na hey. And your translator says, she says, "May you go with the path."
Hop nahe.
Thank you.
Okay. So you guys head on out, and I think as you head on out, you see 3 burly people dragging Nova bodily back towards you, and 3 burly people dragging Nephany back with you towards you.
Oh, there they are.
You found them.
You're still waving.
Yeah. And so the guides sort of deposit Nova physically in front of Celexa, and then like go over and talk to your guide, and like you can see them chastising your guide for letting Nova and Nephany escape.
So apparently they don't like fire. Who knew?
Well, I mean, it looks pretty here, but you didn't miss much. That was a weird place. I don't know. She seemed nice at first, but she didn't have a lot to say.
And Thea looks at Celexa and is like, I'll tell you later.
Okay. Did Captain Fliston and the others, did they see, I want to ask if they saw anything like interesting or suspicious while we were inside.
Captain Fliston says, "I saw 13 squirrels."
13. All right. Well, that's a lot. Maybe we should keep an eye on those.
I got bored and just started counting them. This place is very serene and boring.
Isn't it lovely?
It really is lovely.
So what do you guys think? Should we go meet one of these other people? Do we have somewhere else you guys want to go? What's?
Did the guards let go of me? Or
Yes,
is it...
they deposited you in front of Celexa, so you can move again.
Did I see any fear on the guide's face, or the person who's leading us around when she was talking to these people who deposited her off?
Yeah, roll an insight check. Her lip quivered in anger, not in fear.
When the guards drop Nova and Nephany off, Celexa will say, "Thank you. You can go now." To the guards.
Yeah, and they just go once they're done chastising your guide. Yes. Let's see. Should I introduce you to someone?
Tell us about Aida and Nuja. Tell us who they are.
Oh, it's not really for this one to say. I don't want to. Well, I guess it couldn't hurt that much. She's like keeping her eyes on Nova at all times as she's talking to you. She just like won't let Nova leave her sight. Who would you like to see first?
Well, anybody have a good feeling?
Can you remind us, who are they associated with?
Well, Aida is associated with the faithful, or the Kanoya, and Nuja is associated with the Pemu, or the Futurists.
Definitely Numa.
Numa?
The second person.
Nuja.
Nuja.
Yeah,
of course.
we've had an awful lot of this religious stuff today. I think maybe something else would be nice.
Yes, of course. And she sort of like exhales like she's nervous. And okay.
You all right?
Come. Yes. I knew this was coming this time. And she smiles and nods.
Oh. Are you, as we're walking, are you, are the Futurists off-putting?
I just have not had many dealings with them. I don't know them well, and their beliefs are
radical?
It's not radical so much as forbidden for you to know.
Oh, and yet you're still taking us there.
Yes, of course. You must be able to have access to all the people, but I am just nervous that that Nuja may not do as she must.
Great.
She sounds great.
Lead the way.
Yes. We shall visit her at and she pauses and looks at the sky and says, yes, we shall visit her at the Trust Word. That is where she will be.
Great.
And she walks you back to the Trust Word. And again, we've got these metallic golden arches that are sort of built into each other. It looks a little bit like, it kind of looks like a massive beehive in some ways, right? These sort of gold and yellow, sort of with water pouring out of it in weird places. It's quite lovely. And she walks you in and guides you down a hallway to the left, and then finds like clearly an office building, an office of some sort, with a doorway in it. And again, knocks on the doorway and says, Nuja, this one is here to inform you that the Chosen are here to speak with you. And you hear a voice on the other side. Well, bring them in.
Excellent. We go in?
So this office is a little bit less tranquil and serene than most of the other offices that you've seen. There's like, you would guess that they are like little toy airships that are flying around the office, like in making circuits, and sometimes they just bump into each other and fall out of the sky. And they've got like little wind-up things, so they seem like they're toys in some ways, except that like they're much more impressive than any toys you've ever seen in your life. It's pretty chaotic here. There's papers everywhere. There's notes that are like scrawled on boards on walls, and then like when the board ran out of space, like just continued onto the wall. And like it's just like it's a little bit of a disaster zone in here, but there you are. And
as they walk in, Celexa is going to nudge Captain Fliston in the ribs, just to kind of like just sort of like, hey, look around here, like you might see something you like.
Yeah,
and just
she
kind
like
of
looks
yeah.
in awe a little bit. It's pretty impressive. Um, Nuja is the first person you've seen who's not wearing like the appropriate robes. She seems to be wearing just like a tunic and a jerkin, and like is like it's a little bit frumpy in many ways, but it's also like the most normal clothing you've seen. Her hair is cropped short. This is the first person in the Kavah that you've seen with short hair, for one thing. And like it's spiked up. She's using like some sort of gel to spike it up in some sense, and the tips of it are dyed blonde, but the rest of it is black. It's dyed blonde at the tips.
Billy Idol, nice to meet you.
She's got frosted tips. Not kidding. And she, yeah, Billy, yeah, and she just is sitting at a desk. And you guys come in, and she says, "I guess you guys don't stand on ceremony." Well, come in. There's chairs.
Okay.
I look around. Do I see anything that might give me some idea as to what the futurists might be like about?
Yeah. Roll a investigation check. I'll allow perception. Actually, I think perception's better. I don't think if you're searching, you can be investigation, but I don't.
Better
think
for me too.
Yeah. Well, the what you get is less though. That's the trick.
Okay. Oh, that was nature. Sorry.
That is nature.
Let me
Perception.
try the right one. Natural 20.
What the hell is with these rolls, guys? Wow. Okay. Yeah, let's do this. So on the wall, placed there above her right shoulder, is the thing that she was just working on. Again, this large board, and it seems like she might have left it out for you guys to see, even though she's not supposed to. And we'll see that moment in a second. But you asked to roll this before I got to describe that moment, which is perfect because it makes me really freaking happy. So on the board, there is a large circle, and then two smaller circles, each one smaller than it, next to it. And then there's a long, long line, and then another circle with smaller circles around it, and a little tiny picture of an airship on that line. And this is just up on the wall, and it looks like the thing that she's currently working on. And your guide like gasps and is exasperated and like walks forward and grabs it and pulls it down. And as she does, you see that there's actually like a little bit of magic on this as well, because as she moves it, it appears that the first big orb with its two small orbs around it, around that whole thing, there's some sort of shimmering veil. And like so, as she like moves it down, she takes it off the wall and moves it down to the floor so that you can't see it. It is that veil sort of shimmers in the light. Nuja sort of grins and sort of makes eye contact with you, Caliban, just to make sure that you saw it, because you're the one who she thinks saw it.
I blink, sort of purposefully.
She nods.
I don't think Celexa, she might not have seen that, but kind of looking around at all of the like gadgets and doodads and things like that, her mind already is going to a certain place, and she wants to ask, so this, I haven't seen anything like this in the city yet. Do you make airships?
Yes, you destroyed one of mine, I hear.
Oh, well, I mean, I wouldn't say we destroyed it, but we were definitely on it
while you were piloting it.
You would have done the same thing.
I may have done the same thing, but it was my airship. You're the ones who crashed it.
We're very sorry.
You should be. I worked on that for a long time with an old friend from home.
Yeah, it's a real. It was a beautiful airship. Real shame. Real shame.
Where's your home?
Oh, not far from here, just the other side of the mountains. She points. The cliff up there, you see that cliff?
Yeah.
I'm just like one mountain over.
Huh. Is there a name to the place you're from?
Sure. You're curious about it?
Yeah.
It's called Arclight.
Sounds cool.
It's a beautiful name.
It's a nice enough place. Kind of a shithole compared to here.
I didn't. That's not part of the city. I didn't realize the city went that far.
It's not. It's the next town over.
Oh, okay. They haven't told us anything really about.
That
what
doesn't
this
surprise
place
me.
is. Yeah.
There's a lot of limitations on what they can tell you, and then there's like the whole thing of we've all sworn an oath, right? We've all sworn an oath that like we can't break certain vows and tell you things, and then there's always the question of like, will you be able to deduce those things from other things that people might tell you, even if if we don't tell them, then you still deduce those things, and some people think that that's a bad idea. So, it's all
So
a
then
mess.
why bring us here at all? You know.
I've been asking that same question myself. I wasn't really a fan. I voted against it.
I believe it.
I think Celexa would like to, after listening to her for a minute, she would like to try and get a sense for this person's kind of like political influence. As kind of along the lines of what we were talking about last time with Celexa's trait. And I think you said, gosh, it was going to be a roll.
Yeah, if you want to make an insight check to determine how powerful this person is, how powerful their faction is.
Perfect.
Perfectly reasonable. Perfect, an 18. Yes, on a scale of 1 to 100, this person is very important. We'll call them like a 67, 68. They are both a political leader and a scientific leader. So they sort of have two power bases. Their politics are, the side of politics they organize are smaller than they want them to be. But because they have sort of those two power bases, it essentially combines them into being like a very, like, if the lead science officer says we're not doing it, then that people are in trouble. So like that gives her sort of more power than she actually has politically, if that makes sense. So while while the futurists are not the largest group, they're in fact one of the smaller groups in some ways. She still has a lot of power.
She has leverage based on
She's
that.
got leverage, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Do you? So yeah, shame about the airship, but do you guys must have many looking around. I mean, what you can do, you must have many airships.
Sure.
Oh,
but yours was state of the art. It was new. I built it recently.
Well, I didn't know, if there were others, but apparently yes. Well, we saw those. We when we came in, what were those? Caliban, you remember, right? Or Nova, you remember those like little ships that came in and they did some weird stuff. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Sure, the speedboat things.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not useful for going long distances, but for short jaunts, they're very effective. They can't hold much stuff in them, so they can't go forever. But for short jaunts or patrols, they're very useful.
Yeah, I wonder if we might ever be able to get another ride on one of those.
Oh, sure, no problem. You want to take a ride now?
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't say no.
Do you like feeling the wind in your hair?
Sure, we can say yes to that. But frankly, we're still trying to get an idea for the city, and if you've got one of them that we can borrow, that would be fantastic.
Oh, I see. You want to get a look at the city. Well, I don't think the council would smile too hard for me if I just gave you access to one of these things. Unescorted tour, as it were, would they? And she looks at your guide, and like the guide has like big eyes and is like terrified. And like I think the camera shoots the guide, and you realize that the guide has been like terrified this entire conversation, right? Like this entire thing is stressing her out.
Jim from The Office the entire time.
Yeah, just like staring.
Well, if it seems like we would need to be, guided or escorted, then that seems like a reasonable compromise.
Sure.
Not that you would
yeah,
have
of
to
course.
give it to us, without observation. But I'm sure our friend here would love to come.
Yeah, is she offering to drive us?
If you'd like, I can give you a lift wherever you'd like.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's do this. I don't know where we're going, but let's do this.
Okay. And she looks at you guys and says, "Well, we'll take a little stroll, a little tour around." And your guide is like, I'm not certain this is the best idea at this time. Ah, pish. We're gonna take a stroll. No big deal. Very well, Councilwoman. And she starts walking out the door and guiding you out the front and around the side, and she points at a waterfall and says, if you look next to that waterfall right there, you'll notice that there's one of those things that we used to get up and down here. And she goes up and she steps on. You've tried these things before, right? And she starts floating up.
Yeah, who invented these?
Oh, before my time. Been around a while.
But you're quite brilliant, yes?
Well, I would hope that you would think so.
You're not wrong.
And you get onto the roof, and there on the roof you can see that there's this, in the middle of these domes, there's this flat platform. And on the flat platform is a couple of these smaller boats. And she walks into it and says, it'll be a little bit tight with everyone in it. Let's squeeze on in.
All right.
And she pushes a couple of buttons, and your guide hops in the boat with you guys, and you guys start sailing away. You start launching into the air. Let's go check in on Timothy.
Why are you living out here?
I came out here recently. I do not live.
Oh, okay. I apologize. So this is just part of your morning constitutional, as it were?
Oh no, sorry, a retreat, just to clear my mind. Been here for how long is it, Umar? It feels like fucking forever. 3 weeks.
3 weeks. I see. Why did you come out here on your retreat, or why did you need to clear your mind? What are you thinking about currently?
Oh, just clearing my mind, keeping myself open. I may be soon to move on.
Soon to move on from here, or do you mean more in a spiritual, I'm going to die?
Flesh.
Flesh. Okay. Just making sure. That's a part of life. Yeah.
It can be.
It often is, in my experience. Interesting. Would I be allowed to bring some of my colleagues back here, assuming you are still here?
If you wish, though you'll find me more open without your handler, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
You'll find that to be the case in most places.
Yes. Yeah. What if I told you that Masozi was in the city limits? How would you feel about that, hypothetically?
I would feel that he is taking unnecessary risks.
Why?
He was exiled.
he's very passionate about his beliefs.
Yes. He does not like what is happening here, nor does he like the people who brought it.
The people who brought it.
Well, in his view, at least.
Who does he think brought it? I'm sorry.
People that I do not think you are familiar with.
Who are they?
Not from around here.
I see. I have to say, it seems like we're, I'm a man of science and of logic, but it seems like you've tasked the Kava, not just you, mind you. We're tasked with an impossible question and an impossible task. I'm not sure where to begin.
Well, where would a man of science and logic begin?
Testing. I mean, protocols.
I see. So, where should you begin here?
Do the Kava have protocols in place if there's I don't know, let's say a mass infection? Not like a more mundane one, not a brain infestation.
Certain ones, yes.
Would there
Isolation.
be isolation? Yeah.
Isolation is good. Recognizing and testing the expanse of the foreign agent, and then eradicating it, and if not it, then those that carry it.
And
With a long and brutal history.
And if we were to set up a place to do these tests, do you have a place that you could recommend, or do you have a place?
I'm not involved in the day-to-days in the city anymore. It's been a long time since I cared, but I'm sure that a place can be provided for you.
Mhm.
There is, I think, a genuine interest in your success, even if it is coupled in a genuine interest in your eyes being covered from the truth.
Mm-hmm. Are you afraid of passing on?
No. Or yes, depending on what you mean.
You let's if I may be frank, death. Are you, have you seen it coming, since you are a prophet?
Oh, I will not die anytime soon.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Perhaps I misunderstood. That's good news.
I guess.
I would take it as good news, but
well, when you have lived as long as I have, you may change your tune. How old are you, child?
I am 42.
42? Haven't even made it to a century yet.
I think I would be lucky if I did.
50 centuries have I seen so far.
That is remarkable. That is mind-boggling. I would love to. I could spend an eternity asking you questions. I don't even know where to start. When did you come here?
Here being the woods 3 weeks ago. I already told you that.
No, I'm sorry. When did the Kava come to these lands?
Before my time, even. Though I was not born here.
Where were you born?
And he looks, and he says, if it were night, I could show you. But it's hard to see during the day. Let's see. Here was last month. The full moon ceremony is tonight.
Will you be at that?
No, they don't like me to come to those sorts of things.
Who doesn't like you?
The council, people who like to take the words that I say and twist them rather than, I don't know, struggle with them. Anyway, as I was saying, let's see, at midnight tomorrow night at the moon viewing ceremony, you'll see Thothru in the sky. Yes, it'll be quite beautiful. If you look just a little bit above it at midnight, you will see a single bright point of light that stands apart from the rest, not a part of any of the constellations. That is where I'm from.
Amazing. Timothy jots some notes in his notebook. Well, do you have any questions for me?
I could use some advice on fishing. Something I've never learned to do quite so well.
I would be more than delighted to help you with that. Perhaps I would come back multiple times and we could work on your form.
I would appreciate that greatly. Come, show me how to tie this knot. I want you to roll a perception check.
Okay.
Okay, good to know. Okay, let's check back in with Nuja. So Nuja and you guys and are in the sky, sailing in the airs, and she's doing like tricks, right? She's just not like a pilot; she's a great pilot, and it works differently than you would expect it would. Gravity doesn't seem to function the way that you would think gravity would function. She gets high enough up that she starts like doing like circles and tricks, and you learn sort of via experiencing it about centrifugal force and things like that. And she starts getting higher and higher and higher, so you can sort of look down and see the Kava sort of heading towards the massive spire that sort of covers the entirety of this city. And as she starts getting a little bit too high, your assistant says, Nuja, remember what is permitted and what is not. And this is the first time that your assistant has really like actually said something. And Nuja like rolls her eyes and says, yes, well, there's only so much we can do. I have a old friend from home who, is quite a good pilot. She helps me build all my vessels.
Can you tell us more about this old friend?
Oh, well, she's not here anymore in this city. She's returned home for a little while, take a break, go on vacation. Doesn't like the politics of everything, if you know what I mean.
Is she back in Arclight then?
Yes, in fact, she's definitely back in Arclight. Sometimes though, she'll pass messages to me, on at specific times of the day or night, rather.
So we're going towards the big tower. Are those? Is that the Silver Spire? Is that where we came in and landed, or is that something else?
No, it's a different place. The Silver Spires you've seen, they're smaller than this. This thing is much huger.
So okay,
this is like the Seattle Space Needle compared to everything else.
So Nuja, what is that place? This that's incredible. What is it?
Oh yes, the Celestial Domain.
The celestial domain. Wow. Wow. Is there? I'm wondering. Is there like? I remember the last place we were at. There was the water. There were the waterfalls and stuff. Is there water that's like coming off or connected to this
Yes.
spire? Or okay.
Yeah. It's more complicated though. It's not like one massive, mile-long waterfall. It's like
Mhm.
there's a bunch of smaller ones in different places, and they land in like an outgrowth. It almost looks like there's a pool of water on the inside, but then sort of the water gets pulled back inside and all that stuff. So it's a little bit more complicated and dense than that. It's not like a single unified spire.
So I'm gonna say we were visiting what was her name, Numa. We were visiting Numa today, and we saw the water coming out from the light. Is that magic? Can we see it? Like, can you get close? Can we get close to that? Can we see it?
Sure, of course. Yes, we can fly down there, no problem. And she like starts steering down towards Aberthor. And while she is getting down there, she says, "Now, this is a real trick. Here, look." And she's like, "You're looking, and you're like, you're looking at the building, and like from above, you can't see anything. Like you can see the water on the surface, but you can't see the stream of water." And she says, "Now watch this." And she just sort of drifts very carefully lower down, and then suddenly there's a moment where like there's this brilliant bright light, and then the next moment you see the waterfall pouring down beneath you.
Wow.
Next to you, yeah. She's like, "Do you want to go through it?"
Yes.
And she just races right through it without a second thought, and you all get soaked.
So where does it come from, or where does it go? What's through?
Yes. I'm not allowed to bring you there. But if you can swim up the stream, you can get there by your own.
Oh, that sounds easy enough.
You are fun. I like you, Celexa.
Well, I like you too. This is what a great tour this is. This is like far more fun than our first tour that we had today.
Yeah, your assistant looks a little insulted. Is that your intention? Is that Nika's intention?
That was being a little catty for sure.
Yeah, fair, of course. Yeah.
I think Celexa is a little is annoyed with all of the
Handling.
the handling. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, Nusha, I did have one question. If I wanted to, get myself a blindfold to help me sleep at night, where can I possibly get one of those?
Interesting. I could potentially make one for you.
Oh, that would be so useful. Thank you. How would I be able to get in touch with you?
Yes, well, you can always stop by my office, but I think in this case, I will simply have it delivered.
Great, thank you. So generous.
Would your companions like blindfolds as well?
Probably.
To block out the light?
Yeah.
Sleep at night?
so.
I've been sleeping terribly. I would love a blindfold for sure.
Take one as well.
Yes.
Yeah. I think what I need here is I need someone to roll a deception check at advantage. I think it's Caliban because you're leading this. To see if our interloper catches on to what's going on.
Great. Hopefully, my roll is as good as the other ones have been so far. Knock on wood. Oh, natural 20.
These guys. Wow. Yep. No clue.
Great.
No clue.
It's okay. You lost Nova also.
Good.
Totally fair. I love it. Cool. So so you guys sail through the air. And you're pointed out sights from a different angle. And it's quite lovely from up here too. You can tell that a lot of these buildings were made aesthetically to look beautiful both from the ground and from the air. It was a very conscientious choice that they made to sort of expand the field of possibility to include these things. And it says something about their society that even their oldest buildings are built that way. right? The fact that their oldest buildings are aware, shall we say, of the possibility of being viewed from other angles. Yeah.
So surely you can tell us a little bit more about this spire, though. I mean, just a little bit.
The celestial domain.
Yes. Yeah. What I mean, it's. I know that there's like all these things that we're not supposed to know, but it's not like we're not gonna notice this thing.
Sure, it is a very, very, very tall building.
So, yeah, that's. We knew that already.
Quite impressive, wouldn't you say, that it's such a tall building?
It's quite impressive. Has it been there for a long time? Is it old, would you say?
Yes. In fact, it is that building around which the entire civilization of the Kava was built.
Huh. Interesting. Not just the city, but the whole civilization.
Yes.
Have you been there?
Yes, many times.
Interesting. I suppose it's not a place that we're allowed to go.
Well, I think that you should be allowed to go there in the not too distant, and your guide says, absolutely not. It is forbidden, and I have very explicit instructions. The celestial domain is off limits.
Why?
It just is.
Huh.
Well, clearly you have your instructions, and I'm sure far be it from any of us to get you into trouble. We wouldn't want to do that. But surely we should be able to appeal if these decisions are necessary. So who do you get your instructions from? Who could we talk to if we needed to?
And they're just says, well, the whole council would have to vote to repeal that oath, unfortunately. There'd have to be a whole vote, it'd be a whole thing, and we'd have to, well, legally speaking, for you to actually enter that, you would have to become citizens of the Kava, and be bound by our oaths, too. And, it wouldn't surprise me if you go that way in the long run, but would surprise me if you went that way anytime soon, which is why certain things about this whole trip are stupid and pointless. But it's nice to meet you.
I was actually that's really good to know. But I'm wondering, I'm asking our handler specifically, who do you get your instructions from? Who tells you that where we can go and we can't go?
Oh, the council.
Oh, okay. Well, there, of course, are many council members that we will be excited to meet tomorrow night.
Yeah, yes, at that dumb party that we have to go to. Oh, religious ceremonies. Too much talking.
Well,
there'll be some drinking.
You'll be there too, so at least there'll be somebody fun.
Oh God, don't remind me.
What do you think of Numa?
She is wise and guides people forward through the path of their life, and I'm sure it's good. To be fair to her, she recommended that I be an inventor, and now I build airships, and that's pretty awesome. But she talks too much, and when she says things, she doesn't say what she means. She speaks around topics.
Interesting. The maybe you could give us a lift back to the Sky Mountain.
Sure, of course, no problem. Yes, I may even and she looks at the guide. Can I leave them this vessel there and they can take it to go around the city? And the guide's like, absolutely not. That would be 100% forbidden. And Nuja says, well, you must understand, though, that it's so convenient for me to leave it there, rather than them having to come and bug me for rides all the time. And I'd always say yes, because I'm a member of the council, and I'm sworn to help them out as best I can. And so, of course, this would just be really what I'd be asking you to do is doing me, a member of the council, a favor, yes? They still couldn't go anywhere without you. How How about I leave you the boat, but I leave you the keys? I just don't know what to. But oh, pish, it'll be fine. And she starts sailing that way and lands on the roof of the Sky and the Mountain, which you guys had not been to before, and lets you off the boat, leaves the boat there, and then just tosses the keys and says, "Here, catch," and tosses them at your attendant. And the attendant catches them.
Nuja, thank you so much. And I flip her a silver coin that I have scratched, just a light scratch on.
Yeah, she catches the coin and she looks at it quickly. And I think what you did, if you don't mind, I want to narrate this for a second. The coin obviously has some sort of face on it, and you've scratched through the eyes. Absolutely, to represent a blindfold. She picks it and she looks at it and she goes, "Yes, I'll get to work on those blindfolds for you. It's a trivial matter for one such as me, but
I believe it.
there are 5 of you, I assume. Yes, although only 4 of you here. Unless one of the others," and she sort of looks at your lackeys and is like, no, definitely no.
5 is great.
Excellent. And she takes one of these magic elevators down, and you guys follow, and she walks out the front door. "You'll have them for tonight," and waves.
So one last thing, we
Sure,
don't need to
go for
talk
it.
about it now, but
No, go for it.
as we were flying down, I know that Selexa wanted to take the opportunity to sort of like get the lay of the land around around the Sky and Mountain, and just sort of see what the shape of the building is like, because we haven't really been allowed out there.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
we can talk
Yes.
about it later. But
Absolutely. I will
Okay.
actually tell you, I have commissioned a new map, but it's not done yet.
great.
For
Fantastic.
specifically for the Kava and its environs. It's not done yet. I have the information though, and I can give you the information.
Awesome.
Excellent. Okay, Timothy, you failed your perception check, so you missed something. But he like smiles and nods at you, an old man, and Umar, like towards the end of you teaching him about this stuff, comes towards you and looks at you, and he doesn't really look at you. He sort of looks at your feet and he says, "Sorry about the knife." And he turns and walks back into the woods.
Thank you. That's okay. Well, I guess I should be going. I'm sure my attendant is
Quite annoyed with you.
yeah, that's a good way to put it. Thank you for your time. I expect that you will see me again, and maybe a few more people too.
And he leans forward and he says, "If your attendants aren't annoyed with you, you're not doing it right."
You know, that's fair. Thanks again.
Goodbye. And he leans back against the tree. He hasn't really moved this whole time.
Did he ever take his? I'm sorry if this is more
Go for it. No, go for it.
Timothy. Did he ever take his right hand out of his robes?
Nope.
When we were tying?
Nope.
He was
He
tying.
tried to do everything with one hand.
Okay.
Which I will say, just on a lark, that's what your perception check failed to notice, but you, the player, successfully noticed it, and so that negates the failed perception check.
Okay.
So
Okay.
yeah, anytime you, the player, notice something and beat if you beat your own score, then then you get it. Obviously, it's information that you have. There we go. Let's I guess we'll call that a day there. And we'll figure out what's next in 2 weeks when we get back. There'll be some action on the Discord, guys. We can talk about some of the stuff that you guys uncovered and imply some things. I think I'm going to add a map of the Kava channel, and I'll put in my notes about what Kava looks like.
Thank you so much.
There. Yeah, absolutely. There we go. Excellent. Okay, well, hey, everyone, thank you so much for watching this game. We're in the beginnings, the seeds of a high-intensity spying game. We're basically playing a Jean Le Carré novel brought to life. in fantasy world. So we'll see what that all amounts to when we get back. If you enjoy this channel, please like, follow, subscribe, all that good stuff. Check out some of our other content. We typically play on Sundays, Mondays, and Thursdays. We are on break this week. I'll be running a Wednesday D&D and other TTRPG stream discussing GM tips and things like that this Wednesday. But after that, we'll be back the following Monday. We're also looking at launching a new show on Fridays, so that'll be fun after our Monster Hearts campaign finished up in such a dramatic and heartbreaking fashion. So we will see where that amounts to and what that goes towards. So thank you all so much for watching. Take care. Bye. Oh, and sorry, call your cat and feed your mom. I forgot. Call your cat, feed your mom. Thanks, Marcus. Oh.
Happy vacation, Matt.
Yeah, I'm on vacation now. 1, 2.
Yeah.
Very cool.
8 people watching, including 2 of you.
Okay.
We'll take it. I'm gonna propose, just as a this is a me promoting me thing, not anything else. But I love the you guys chatting. Feel free to you guys chat. But if you if you do it in Twitch, then the algorithm recognizes more people chatting, and that makes us more popular. So
Okay.
And you know, I don't do spoilers in there, but because there's no such thing as a spoiler really in this game. But you know, yeah. So, but if you move your chatting over there, it helps the algorithm. Don't worry about it too much though. If you're more comfortable doing it privately over here, that's fine too.
I have been doing it over there. I was just lazy about getting on Twitch today. So
Totally understand.
thank you for the reminder, though. I should do that. Yeah.
No, totally understand. And Nika, that was not to you. That was to everyone, except that it only went to you because I was not paying attention because I was running.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Yeah,
No
as long.
worries.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay. Excellent. Okay, guys. I hope everyone had fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
feel-
held back from casting Zone of Truth 10, 11 times.
I mean, you can just go for it. Personally, I'm at the point where I feel like we need to start making some more
Yeah.
people irritated.
Yes. I
Like,
think that's a great
We're
plan.
being too nice, and
Yep.
I think I want to start pissing some people off.
Go.
I
My
think that's
character
a
is
great
the
plan.
last one of us who's going to do that, though.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, Celexa and I feel like Celexa and Nova
Nova.
would both be happy to do that. So
Yeah, I do think that there's like this interesting thing that always occurs in these campaigns, which I think is totally appropriate, where you start from a position of wanting as much information as you can get, and that's like a great thing to do because you want to not make any mistakes. But the truth of the matter is that there's no way to get all the information that you possibly could want to not make mistakes. So at
Right.
some point, you have to start making decisions. And the second you start making decisions, things start happening in a different way, right? You do something, even like, you know, even doing something like seemingly minor probably will piss someone off, and that gives you information too. So it's the act of doing things that is going to affect the world more than anything else. Yeah, that's what I would say, and I'm excited to see you guys start doing things. So,
cool. Well, food for thought for the next 2 weeks, and we'll look forward
there you
to.
go. Yeah, and if you can join us on Wednesday, I have no idea how that's going to go, but we'll join me on Wednesday, and we'll
Cool.
talk about.
And now Nuja has an object that I can locate object on.
That is very true. Also, she's going to give you blindfolds. We'll see what that amounts to.
So now, was that Evan? Did you have a specific intention with the blindfolds?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
okay.
I'm not asking for blindfolds. I'm asking for
I mean,
yeah.
I figured that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I want to see who ends up trying to reinstall them. I want to find out who is watching, and by disabling them, I'm hoping that we
Right.
can find that out.
The cameras.
I understand. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, now I got it. That makes
Yeah.
perfect sense. I was just I was roll. I could tell you had a plan. I was rolling with it, but
Mhm.
yeah,
Thanks.
it's great. Love it.
Yeah, that's the idea. Is
Yeah.
that hopefully we can. That's Caliban's way of doing something.
Yeah.
Love it.
For
Love it.
sure.
And now we have an airship. All we have to do is steal the keys and
That's awesome.
guess how to fly it.
Anyone have airship training?
How hard could it be? How hard could it be?
Who has, I don't know, captain of an airship as a retainer?
Oh.
Uh,
You know, could cause even more problems for my restrictor campaign, which makes me happy. That's the point. Excellent.
Okay.
Cool.
Thank you so much, Matt.
Of
Always
course.
appreciated.
Good stuff,
Yeah.
guys.
Thanks,
Take care
everybody.
of yourselves.
It's so
And
great to
I
play with
will
you
see
all.
you guys in 2 weeks, and I'll see you on the Discord, of course.
Sounds great.
Bye.
Bye.